have investments, we have huge opportunities in our housing and settlement plan. We are short of 2 million houses. My good brother, President Ramaphosa, told me, you have already built 4 million houses in South Africa. We want to build at least
you may please stand. We are going to sing the South African national anthem followed by the Kenya national anthem. Thank you. Please be seated. We are here today to launch the inaugural South Africa-Kenya Affordable Housing Forum. My name is Bongani Ngulunga. I'm the Deputy Chair of the National Home Builders Registration Council, and it is my singular honor to be your Program Director today. I welcome you all to this family of the affordable housing sector. Good morning, Jambo. We'll begin with a reminder of the commitments that led to the establishment of this forum. During the state visit by President Ramaphosa to the Republic of Kenya in November 2022, South Africa and Kenya concluded a memorandum of understanding in the area of housing and urban development. That were made by the heads of state on the key deliverables on the cooperation in this regard. If you could have flight the video, please.
We have investments, we have huge opportunities in our housing and settlement plan. We are short of 2 million houses. My good brother, President Ramaphosa, told me, you have already built 4 million houses in South Africa. We want to build at least 200,000 houses every year. And we want South African companies to come and work with us. Bring your technology, bring your investment. We are going to give you the land. We are going to build the infrastructure for you. We are going to make sure there is a sewer line, there is a road, there is electricity, there is water. And when you complete those houses, we are going to buy them from you. As soon as you complete, you hand over the keys to us. We pay you, you go to the next project as we look for mortgage for our citizens. You have opportunity.
On the public side, President Ruto has already said, in housing, where, yes, we have developed a really good and special skill, we've built 4 million houses, and you need 2 million. We can work together. But in working together, we want also to build capacity to transfer the skills and the capabilities, so that as Kenya, you can also come and build houses in South Africa in time to come.
Minister Kupai, may I please request you to come to the podium to deliver your remarks? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ngulunga, who's also a Deputy Chairperson of NHBRC. Thank you very much for agreeing to be our Program Director and for welcoming us here. Let me acknowledge the presence of Her Excellency Honorable Alice Wahome, Kenya's Cabinet Secretary for Lands, Public Works, Housing and Urban Development, the Deputy Minister of Human Settlements, Deputy Minister Chwete in the Republic of South Africa, acknowledging the Acting Director General in the Department of Human Settlements, Ms. Ngakadumalisile, acknowledging Mr. Charles Hanga Mwaura, Principal Secretary for Lands, Public Works, Housing and Urban Development in the Republic of Kenya. Charles, we always forget your surname because we just call you Charles every time. And it becomes difficult, we almost forget because it's, as you said, it's almost like home here. Chairpersons of boards and CEOs of our entities in the human settlements portfolio, leadership and representatives of our DFIs who are here, representatives of our banking institutions, leadership of our sister departments or representatives who are here, business leaders from Kenya and South Africa, property developers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Our generation has put an extra effort in the human settlement sector to overcome interrelated man-made challenges. They are interrelated because they were both started and intensified by capital and market expansion. The first challenge is that of climate change, which is a global problem that was caused by carbon emissions from fossil fuel that powered the first industrial revolution and continues to be the major source of energy, especially for us here in South Africa. The second is the colonization, which impoverished the native populations in a manner that resulted in the high levels of poverty and the wealth inequalities that continue to characterize our two countries. Our populations, to escape the devastations of climate change disasters and high levels of poverty underpinned by lack of economic opportunities, they moved to cities. This has resulted in a rapidly rising urbanization. In our case in South Africa, urbanization is happening in cities that were designed for a minority of the population and were never intended to provide a livelihood for the multitudes of people. It is for this reason that the number of informal settlement is on a rapid increase, and the urban slums have become a home for many families in our cities, not because of choice. Our analysis of the families that find themselves in urban slums and informal settlements is that they earn a living, and as a result, they do not qualify for subsidized free houses. Contrary to the popular belief, these citizens find themselves in informal settlements and urban slums because they want to avoid the user pay principle. They use their income to pay rent, sometimes even higher than formal apartments or houses. However, their income is not high enough to qualify for bonded houses from financial institutions. As a result, they find themselves in limbo, which we refer to as the gap market or the missing middle. The only logical solution to the housing needs of the missing middle or the gap market is affordable housing. Even within this gap market, there are differentiated market segments determined by different levels of affordability. Accordingly, as we design and provide solutions to the market, we need a broader understanding of what constitutes affordability and the factors that affect it, which include the range of tenure models for different demographics and provisioning appropriate access to credit. One of the challenges that we are currently facing in the determination of eligibility for affordable housing is that the income levels that we have set as legible for one of the schemes, first home financing, is household incomes from 3,501 to 22,000 per month. And we have received feedback from various stakeholders that this bracket still leaves people who earn close to 29,000. Actually, when you look at these categories, you'll find that people who are earning between 22,000 now to 29,000 in that between bracket do not have any solution, whether in government or in private sector. So these are the people that we find, majority of them, finding themselves in areas where they are not supposed to, renting in inner city buildings that are dilapidated and vulnerable to the most scrupulous people. So the inevitable conclusion is that our response, which is guided by our affordable housing policy, has to be responsive to the dynamics of this housing market on both the supply and the demand side of the market. And maybe just to share, last week I was opening one of the social housing project in Cape Town, the Goodwood project. I asked the SHI in terms of the people who are there. He says we are accommodating the number, but out of the 300 that they were looking for, they received 7,000 applications, of which majority did qualify. So there is a market and a gap in terms of stock availability. So we've got to be able to try and find solutions to this and respond to it. Provision of affordable housing remains constrained in South Africa and Kenya due to the rapid increase in the urban population, high cost of construction, finance costs, and escalating prices of urban land. Affordable housing must be located closer to social amenities, economic activities, and affordable transport facilities, which means that they have to be developed in well-located land. We have to be mindful that it is not only about being able to afford to buy or rent a house, but also being able to afford to live in it. Because when people spend almost 70% of their household income on transport, it is untenable. Furthermore, if a house is affordable enough to buy or rent and run but located far from economic opportunities or amenities such as schools and health facilities, it cannot be understood to be affordable because other expenses come to the household. So when we respond to affordability and we talk about affordable houses or affordable homes or a solution to making sure that we provide affordable houses, It has to be an integrated method. And that's why we took the decision to say we are no longer a Department of Housing, but a Department of Human Settlements that's got to respond to all this. Access to infrastructure, access to social amenities, but to economic opportunities. A study published by one of our research institutions, Human Rights Research Council, has showed that our affordable housing projects have been experiencing urban drift, which is not the intended policy, position, or intent. This means that they are not in well-located land pieces. In response to this, we then had to declare 136 priority human settlements and housing development areas across the country. And we continue as well, one of the ways that we are responding to this is to continue and gazette more areas of building social housing. We recently, in 2 months ago, gazetted quite a number of land pieces that should be used for affordable housing in 2 provinces. And we're currently working for Gauteng and as well KZN and Limpopo. And we're looking forward to gazetting those so that they can continue to provide the much needed houses in closer proximity. So the intention of this declaration was to ensure redress regarding the pre-1994 special plan, revitalizing towns and cities and strengthening the livelihoods of households. We have devised, ladies and gentlemen, a number of solutions to try to respond to the various segments of the gap market. The immediate response to the rapid urbanization and the growing number of informal settlements is the Informal Settlements Upgrading Program. The program facilitates the structured upgrading of informal settlements. This is where we put more in terms of bulk, but phased-in approach, and eventually to the top structures. It applies in situ upgrading, as well as where communities are to be relocated for reasons that include implausibility of developing the in situ, unsuitability of land for human settlements, and the program entails extensive community consultation and participation, emergency basic services provision, permanent services, and security of tenure. And I must say one of our challenges, again, Honorable Cabinet Secretary, in South Africa, is that sometimes public consultation takes forever. Communities then drag us into consultation, and sometimes when we do the social facilitation, you can end up 2 years in consultation without development starting. We've started our program to engage even with the civil society. Last month I think 2 weeks ago, I held a summit with the civil society so that they can help us bridge this gap. Otherwise, we'll not see quite a number of developments proceeding. What we have found is that the planning process for upgrading an informal settlement takes time because of all planning steps that processes has to undergo. And out of those as well, it's the issue around planning issues in the municipalities because of integrated intergovernmental relations. We have committed as a portfolio to supporting municipalities where necessary and where it's brought to our attention, so that even if it means we bring in capacity in those municipalities, especially in metros, to ensure that we can have approval of plans for development fast-tracked and not being held. But another issue that we deal with recently is the issues that you find these informal settlements that we're talking about, facing quite a lot of natural disasters because where they are sitting is not land that sometimes is suitable. So we have floods and we have fires. And in urban areas, the challenge of land availability remains. And that's why a holistic approach that we take is more important. So the work that we do in partnership as well, not only with business, but with civil society, remains critical in this area. Another intervention that we have as a portfolio is first home financing, which I've already referred to earlier. A key aspect of this program is the ability of households to access the program within a set of non-mortgage finance instruments. In addition, the program allows for it to fund households who hold permission to occupy certificates in rural areas. As we know, tribal areas, people do not have title deeds or ownership. They have permission to occupy from the traditional leaders. As part of ensuring that we build an inclusive society, we have amended our policies to include this category of people. This is particularly important for us in relation to extension of credit and funding to households in rural areas. The ability of households to improve and upgrade homes and properties promotes development and asset accumulation and equity. As part of the enhancement of the First Home Finance Program, we are in the process of aligning our work together with Government Employees Housing Scheme. This scheme was established to promote home ownership to low to middle income earners in public service. Our own entity, the National Housing Finance Corporation, is working closely with the Department of Public Service and Administration and other stakeholders to refine the operating model for greater alignment and the creation of automated processes to enable easy access to affordable housing initiatives at a touch of a button in one delivery point. This is another opportunity most of our business partners, because we do believe that there's quite a number of them in terms of many of our employees in government remains without their home, being a homeowners. And we're working together, and NHFC is working to try and, in a method where we said we've got to look at de-risking them, because majority of them have high credit risk, but also providing solutions that is lasting, but bringing them closer. So the work that we also aligned to what we do with public works in terms of inner city buildings becomes an opportunity for those who are here as business partners for us to create enough stock for the market. Ladies and gentlemen, our third intervention is investing in effort to accelerate urban renewal through the Urban Settlement Development Grant and the Social Housing Regulatory Authority. We are investing in the creating of social housing by repurposing and refurbishing old housing and old buildings. These investments will lead to the creation of rental stock, rent-to-own units, and boarded house units. STRA is mandated to invest in and regulate and transform the social housing sector, which is our fourth intervention. With regards to investment, the STRA, together with the National Housing Finance Corporation, is leading the effort of putting together the social housing projects pipeline that will help in crowding in private sector investment into the sector. We have now been joined by Infrastructure Fund, which has been established 2 years ago by the President. They have started to start funding some of our projects in this area. That's why one of the projects that we launched, it was our first in partnership with that. So there is actually some of the platforms that we can utilize to access funding as entrepreneurs and businesses so that we can respond to this market. And one of the issues as we grow, we are looking at changing NHFC into Human Settlement Bank, and this will be able to mobilize funding for project and in the human settlement sector. Ladies and gentlemen, in the final analysis, all these interventions that we are talking about are aimed at helping us to create enough housing stock to meet the housing demand for the missing middle, especially in the urban areas. However, we are cognizant that government does not have enough financial resources to cater for all the needs of the gap market. It is for this reason that our approach is centered on crowding in private sector and development finance institution investment. I'm quite certain that the challenges that we face as South Africa are not different from those of Kenya. I'm pleased that the panel discussion will focus on affordable housing's project packaging, implementation, and opportunities in the value chain. The diversity of the panel will enable us to gain insights on how best we can package affordable housing projects so that we can increase the scale and expedite the delivery. So I am looking forward to this panel and welcome to this session, and as we inaugurate our forum, and looking forward to the implementation. The DG and the Secretary knows that we said this is an MOU that is not going to gather dust, but it has to be implemented. So part of what we want to see before we go into the election, DG and Secretary, is that at least let me have a report card to the President and Minister to give to President Ruto to say we have been able to do something about the MOU. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister Kupai, for those remarks, explaining the interventions that the South African government is making to ensure that there is affordable housing for all. Now, ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to have remarks from the Cabinet Secretary, Honorable Cabinet Secretary, may I please request you to come to the podium to make your remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, our program director this morning. Minister Kubai, distinguished guests that are here. If I could mention, we have the Deputy Minister with us, Madam, the name is a bit difficult, Shwete, yes. We have with us Principal Secretary for Housing and Urban Development from Kenya. We have our Program Director, who is the Deputy Chair, NHBRC. We have investors, business representatives from Kenya and South Africa, and all of us here who have responded to this forum called by our host, the Honorable Minister, at a joint forum to discuss the way forward of the MOU that was signed on 9th of November by the two presidents, President Ramaphosa, His Excellency Ramaphosa, and His Excellency Dr. William Ruto. The memorandum was signed in their presence in Nairobi. Let me start off from the video clips. One clip that was played here. The two presidents' message is very clear. President Ruto is saying that we have a deficit of 2 million houses to be built, and that is a moderate number. And then per year, we target to do 250,000 housing units, affordable housing units. And he recognizes that it's a huge investment that both countries would have to take, and therefore meeting this forum will help us engage the partners in this sector. Ramaphosa recognizes that we can have South Africa, Kenyans coming here with their technology, with their skills, and exchange knowledge and invest here. So I think what we are saying here is that we need to support each other in this program. And as the ministers in charge with this huge task, I'm happy that my sister was able to push for this forum. Therefore, allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to go into my very brief remarks this morning. And it gives me great pleasure to join you today during the Kenya-South Africa Affordable Housing Forum. I take this opportunity to thank the Republic of Kenya through the Minister for Human Settlement and the organizers of this forum. I recognize the work you have put in to make us comfortable from Kenya. The teams are very happy. Excellent preparations there. Ladies and gentlemen, Kenya is urbanizing at a rapid rate of 4.2% per annum. That is not commensurate with the planning that we had put in place or that we had envisioned. The provision of basic needs, services, infrastructure, and one of the major consequences is that we need to respond to the demand for housing for affordable, for the low-income people. One of the major consequences is the housing deficit. With huge population, then the housing deficit comes. And the rate of population movement or migration to towns is much faster than development of the affordable housing. This is not something that South Africa was ahead of us, and we hope, Madam Minister, you will take it kindly if I say now we need to compete and see who will build more houses than the other, which is a healthy competition to cope with the huge demand that is on our hands. The average national annual housing demand is estimated at 250,000 units. Very moderate figures, I say, while the average national annual supply at the moment is only 50,000 units between the government and the private sector. This scenario results into a deficit, therefore, of 200,000. It's a very simple mathematics. So at the end of every year, when we take our audit, I will need to see 250,000 units having been built. The housing units per year then, cumulative backlog is the 2 million houses that we need to build. Additionally, the housing sector faces various challenges, amongst them the high cost of land in Kenya. I believe in South Africa it's the same. And then you have limited long-term funding. The funding is not available as we would want to see. And the high cost of building materials, it's something we need to openly discuss and agree how we'll deal with that, because we can also come up with the current technology movement. We can be able to come up with affordable materials for the houses to be affordable. The low investment levels, I think people are still not very clear about recovery of their investment or return on investment. High poverty levels amongst our people is still a challenge. With low income or no income, then we have a crisis, I would say that. Distinguished guests, allow me to mention some of the interventions that the government of Kenya is undertaking to address these challenges. The government initiated the Affordable Housing Program that targets delivery of decent and affordable housing to low and middle income households. The program commits to deliver the 200,000 per year per annum by activating projects across the nation, as well as increase the number of mortgages from current 30,000 to 1 million mortgages with favorable ownership terms that have monthly repayments of as low as Kenya shillings 5,000. That amounts to like about $380 per month. To realize the delivery of adequate and decent, affordable and sustainable houses across the country without burdening the already outstretched national budget and the debt levels that we face, the government has extensively leveraged private sector participation to fund the development projects. And we have guaranteed the private sector that we will offtake the construction, the housing units, and pay. That's what the president has said that. And that is our program. You come invest, we pay on certificates until the end. By the time you are finishing, we are also clearing with you, and we'll be left with our people who will be occupying the houses to deal with how then we manage that. The projects are being implemented on national and county government's land, which will be availed at no cost. You can never have it better than that. The government has also subsidized, facilitated, and incentivized the program through providing bulk infrastructure to the proposed housing development sites, settling the landless Kenyans by purchasing land, and also looking into the historical injustices of lack of accessible housing, and offering tax incentives such as the VAT, which is normally 16%, is quite high. So we take away that one from the investor by way of an exemption, and our laws allow us to do that. And we'll also exempt the same from all the materials that you bring, will not charge. That is steel and cement, and also make the stamp duty, which is payable by the owner of the house, waived. In addition, the government has a facility in place with the World Bank, and I recognize their input, and African Development Bank that will allow homeowners with a single-digit interest loan rate of loan to be repaid over long term through the Kenya Mortgage Refinance Company. Further, we are addressing policy legal impediments that might affect the development of housing across the nation, and I have a bill in Parliament that was published last week to cover the funding through our own taxation or levy, raising of levy at 1.5 from individual and the employer 1.5, that allows the government then to collect 3% of what the employee and the employer will bring on board. That means once the employee pays 1.5% of their salary, the employer then matches that. We have the support of the president to do that. We are also promoting economic recovery by linking micro, small, and medium enterprises and Jua Kari sector. Jua Kari, that is Swahili, that means hot sun sector. That is our traders, entrepreneurs who work in open fields or in open, under open sun. We supply various products of the housing units, that is the hinges, the doors, the windows, the fittings for the plumbing. All these things are supplied by our ordinary Kenyans, and in every site. And the audit now is that we have at least 33 active sites. We have between 1,200 and 2,500 people, local people, working on day-to-day basis, and they receive their income or earnings by end of the week. That is very big for us. And because we are going the entire country, then you can see the multiplier effect in all our 290 constituencies. Those are electoral units where we intend to build a minimum of 200 housing units. With that kind of then multiplier effect, it means we'll create jobs in a very huge way. Answering then to the question of lack of employment or no employment. This program is also committed to ensuring the low-income earners are able to own their homes through the National Tenant Purchase Scheme, or rent to own your house, and we are giving you up to 30 years if need be. It doesn't matter your age, because we recognize you could be 55, approaching retirement, but your family will be allowed to take over the mortgage arrangements or the payment arrangements and continue with the program. The government of Kenya also launched the Building Climate Resilience for the Urban Poor, that is BCRAP, on 6th of September 2023 during the summit, the African Climate Summit. And therefore, we recognize that we need to work within the climate change hazards that we are all facing. This initiative is aimed at raising climate action ambition concerning urban dimensions and building the resilience for the urban poor. The government is also implementing the second phase of the Kenya Informal Settlement Improvement Project, aimed at delivery of improved infrastructure, access to tenure, security, and related physical and spatial planning within informal settlements across the country. Further, the government has been undertaking disbursements of grants to counties for urban infrastructure development and institutional capacity strengthening for improved service delivery under the Kenya Urban Support Program. When I say counties, let me just confirm that in our country, we have two levels of government. That is the county government and the national government. The country is divided into 47 county governments, each headed by a governor who has executive authority and has a county assembly to support the legislative support work that is needed for the government to run. So we are also working recognizing the need for partnership and cooperation with those government units. Cumulatively, these efforts are to ensure that Kenyans can craft interventions that fulfill the constitutional aspirations to provide citizens with adequate and decent housing, reasonable standards of sanitation, and improve the quality of life for all. These aspirations are in line with the new urban development agenda and sustainable development goal that we need to achieve. Ladies and gentlemen, as we interact at this forum, I wish you a very fruitful deliberations with key request that we explore tangible and implementable outputs, and we make it straight and focused that we are building affordable housing for our population. Thank you very much.
Asante sana, Cabinet Secretary. Cabinet Secretary, when you challenged the minister on who will build more houses, I saw her smiling a bit. I think the game is on. No. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now receive a visual representation of what the two governments are doing to deliver affordable housing, starting with a video about what is going on in South Africa, followed by Kenya. Thank you.
The Department of Human Settlements is responsible for the provision of adequate housing and creation of well-located communities. The new settlements improve the quality of lives of people and build cohesive communities that are socially, economically, and politically stable. Our key task is building residential areas suitable for human habitation and areas where people would live, work, and send their children to schools and have easy access to health, policing, transport, and telecommunications facilities. 2023 marks
in the affordable housing sector. We recognize that housing is an important economic and social development outcome, but moreover, housing development and investment contributes over 40% to our business and to the sector, which is still constrained due to the various value chain challenges that requires a collaborative effort in order to unlock desirable outcomes for both government, business, and society as a whole. The proliferation of the affordable housing sector has demonstrated the potential to trigger further downstream expenditures, not in the construction sector, but in the financial and retail sector. It therefore goes without saying that the development of affordable housing makes a significant contribution to job creation, development of industries, economic growth, and development. But to unlock the investment potential with this property market and crowd-in participation partnership between businesses and government, it's needed to create an enabling environment for replicable deliveries of affordable housing development at scale. In South Africa, the funding and finance framework has made great progress in responding to the needs of the sector by both government and funders for both the supply and demand side, and collaboration, while not being without its challenges, should be applauded. However, due to the funding model and structure of the affordable housing ecosystem, bureaucratic government processes remain a bottleneck in the development of affordable housing sector. Business will continue to engage with government for more agile, flexible, timeless outcomes driven solution. The economy is ready for large-scale private investment in affordable housing through stronger collaboration along the value chain, and in what we will discuss today, international collaboration will enable us to share our experiences, ideas, risk, and share value through the pooling of our efforts and resources. This initiative by the two governments to engage the affordable housing and to create platform for us to unlock the sector and accelerate the development of housing is a positive undertaking, and it gives us players in the sector great confidence that government is truly committed to walking the talking when it comes to the sustainability of the sector. I am delighted to engage with my colleagues from Kenya, and I hope that this will be the start, strong collaboration between our two business sectors. Ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, I would like to remind everyone that we need to understand that as we walk this journey of human settlement, it's not about us, but it's about the impact that we need to make and the service that we need to render to others. So as we journey through, let's all understand and be reminded every day that it's not about us, but it's about the service that we need to render, and that's how we'll be remembered. Thank you.
Rialibocha Memashau. Now I invite to the podium Ms. Carol Wanjeru, Head for Mortgages from the Kenya Commercial Bank. Please come to the podium, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Honorable Minister Kubai, our Honorable Cabinet Secretary, Madam Alice Wahome, the Deputy Minister, our PS, Charles Hinga, all protocols observed, investors, the business community, good morning. I'm excited to be here. Allow me to digress a bit before I get to my speech. So South Africa is like a second home. In 2005, When I had 2 babies that were very young, Citibank, where my husband was working, decided to transfer him to South Africa. So he was here for 5 years. Those years were very critical because those were the formative years for our boys, our 2 boys who are now 19 and 20. So South Africa became a second home. In fact, at one point, I wanted to resign and come. Then we decided we need to invest. In Kenya, plots are very critical, so you have to take care of the plots back home. So we agreed one of us has to be left. But we did invest in a home here, and I keep telling Kenyans, one of the things that I learned was the process. And I remember when we were buying a home, it was so easy. I did not even interface with a bank. It was a mortgage broker that came to us, gave us different rates, and we did it very simply. And I hope that through that interaction and experience, I will also be able to improve, the process of how we do it at home. Making home ownership a simple and a pleasant, journey. So I think the timing for this is really opportune, and indeed, I think we do owe duty to thank our 2 presidents, President Ruto and President Ramaphosa, for initiating this. When you look at the 2 countries, South Africa is quite ahead. There's a lot of learning that Kenya can do. In terms of your financial markets, in terms of your capital markets, a lot of progress, and there's a lot that we can be borrowed to. And I hope out of the sessions today and tomorrow, I've had very interesting discussions with the people that I met during breakfast. We can be able to get solutions that work for Africa and for Africa, because I think this is the time for Africa. When the first speaker started speaking, they talked about the current challenge, and one of the biggest challenge we are facing as a continent is climate change. But question is whether we've positioned ourselves to be able to attract funding, even as financial institutions, so that developers can get cheap funding out of this. How are we positioning ourselves? What can we learn? I know South Africa, from the discussions I've had, I know South Africa has been very good in mobilizing resources, providing de-risking instruments for financial institutions to be able to make the affordable housing agenda a reality. So I hope out of all this session, we'll be able to learn that. So allow me briefly to introduce myself. My name is Caroline. I'm the Director of Mortgage at KCB. KCB is a regional bank. The KCB stands for Kenya Commercial Bank. We are the biggest in the region within the eastern side, with about 2.1 trillion asset-based book. We are in 8 countries. So we're in Kenya, we're in Uganda, we're in Tanzania, we're in Rwanda, Burundi, Southern Sudan. We have a representative office in Ethiopia, and I hope I've not left it, and we are in DRC Congo. And one of the things, if you even look at the housing space, financing for developers, provision of mortgages, over 50% is actually done by the bank. And that is why for us we thought this is very, very critical, even as a leading financial institution in the country, to get the learnings and also seek the kind of collaboration, because I think the speakers that have stood before me have said the only way to go through, this cannot be done by government alone. The private sector has got to stand up. We have to stand up and put in our stake in and see what it is we can do together. So I'm very keen to see what it is we can do together, but I will tell you very briefly some of the things that we've tried to do as a bank to be able to support the developers. As someone mentioned, I think one of the critical things that have been a challenge for us is matching the short-term savings, because there's a lot of reliance when lending to. So you're relying on short-term savings to lend long-term to a developer. That becomes almost impossible for many banks. I can tell you for Kenya, for a very long time, we only had about 5 banks that were doing mortgages. None of the banks were doing long-term financing. And it took the intervention of government. We have the Kenya Mortgage Refinance Company. For us now to see over 20 banks playing in the sector of long-term lending in mortgages in affordable housing, and for the very first time to have a single-digit lending, because I remember the only other one time we had a single-digit lending was when I was in Standard Chartered Bank, when I was the head of mortgage, and we did a 9.9% campaign. But that was for the, for the high customers, high-end customers. But for the first time in Kenya, through KMRC, which is an initiative by the government of Kenya, World Bank and AFDB, we have even SACCOs coming to play in the space. So not just banks, but even SACCOs coming into the place. But how can we work together, with the experience that South Africa has, for us to make that bigger, better, and more importantly, sustainable, so that we can support the developers that get into the affordable housing space. Out of my discussion, I got very good insights. I think we cannot ignore the role of development finance institutions, and it would be good to hear the lessons. I did chat with one person who are already doing it. How can we work together and probably have some guarantee scheme or some de-risking scheme that allows us, to still lend to this sector at an affordable rate. But just to speak to the, for Africa and, in Africa and for Africa, when you look at housing provides the biggest opportunity for us to create job for our people. And I think our cabinet secretary did speak to it, when she spoke about Juakali. So one of the things we realized as a bank and, as a financial institution was there's need to link first the whole value chain within the construction sector, but at the same time also look at, what are the gaps that exist, for the young people that you have seen speaking there, for the women that you've seen speaking there, what are the gaps that need to be addressed in terms of, bridging that skills gap. And through the foundation, KCB Foundation, working together again with the ministry under the government of Kenya, working together to empower youth by providing skills and just bridging that gap. But again, a huge opportunity to ensure that even as we do the construction projects, the manufacturing and the assembly of most of the products is done locally, so that then the money can be retained in Africa, for our people. Because the tendency most of the time is, we want to quickly import everything, and we forget that that has an impact on the creation of jobs. So again, we'll be looking very keen to see the interactions we can have together, to see how we can, strengthen that supply chain to ensure that our suppliers, our manufacturers are the ones who are benefiting from here. And I know we have, members are also sit in the board of Kenya Property Developers Association, and I know there are a few members that are also represented here, just to see how, as developers we can drive that agenda. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. I will make my speech because I think our cabinet secretary has said majority of the things, and looking forward to the panel session. Thank you very much.
Asante sana, Ms. Wanjeru, and welcome back home. You said South Africa is the second home. Welcome back home. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now be taking a tea break. If we could be back at 10:30, so we have about 15 minutes or so for a tea break, and then the next session would be the panel discussion on affordable housing. So if we could have a tea break and go meet people that you have not met, make new contacts in furthering the cause of affordable housing. So the program will resume at 10:30. It is 10:15 now. Thank you.
We have investments.
Ladies and gentlemen, may you please take your seats so that we can begin. I hope you enjoyed the tea break and you met some people that we had not met before. I mean, as I said before we went on the tea break, that we will have a panel discussion now. I would like to invite on stage our panel who will be discussing the collaboration on affordable housing, focusing on project packaging, implementation, and opportunities in the affordable housing value chain. The session will be moderated by Ms. Palisa Ryan from the Development Bank of Southern Africa and the team of panelists who are involved in the affordable housing value chain, both in South Africa and Kenya. If we could just have a round of applause to our panelists as they come up. Please, if you can come with your panelists, Ms. Ryan, please come on stage.
Great. I'd like to start by welcoming our honoraries, the Minister of Human Settlements, the Honorary Ms. Mamuluko Kubai, the Cabinet Secretary of Lands, Public Works, Housing and Urban Development, Honorary Alice Wahome, our Deputy Minister of Human Settlements, the Honorary Ms. Pam Chwete, the Principal Secretary, Mr. Charles Hinga, all the DGs present, chairpersons of CEOs and entities, business leaders, ladies and gentlemen, Jumbo. My name is Palisa Ryan, as indicated by Program Director. I'm from the Development Bank of Southern Africa. In my personal capacity, I head up social infrastructure for the bank that is funding projects in housing. That's from social housing up to affordable housing, student housing. We fund education projects at a primary, secondary, and tertiary level, as well as health. So when one talks about integrated residential programs and human settlements, that is very core of what the DBSA does in social infrastructure. The DBSA itself is a wholly owned DFI by the South African government. We have a geographical footprint which spans both South Africa as well as sub-Saharan Africa. On the economic infrastructure front, we look at projects in energy, ICT, roads, and bulk logistics. We pride ourselves on having a holistic offering where, over and above the provision of funding, we also assist with management and planning of infrastructure using what we call the project preparation facility. And we also assist government departments, one of which being human settlements, for example, in a capacity as implementing agent, where we upgrade living structures, particularly now as we respond to the numerous disasters that we have around housing as a result of the recent floods. So I've said quite a bit. I'm just going to briefly introduce the panelists and allow them to go into more detail on the second round in terms of what they do at the institutions which they represent. So to my far right, we've got, I learned yesterday, QS. Title is very important in Kenya. David Matsu, who's the Managing Director of the National Housing Corporation in Kenya. To my closer right is the peer, Dr. Museveni Ngobeni, who's the Lead Program Management Specialist at the Infrastructure Fund. And to my left, we've got representing developers, Khotati Meka from Cosmopolitan Group. And then to our far right, we have Ms. Caroline Wanjeru, who hardly needs recognition now as the head of mortgages for KCB in Kenya. Perhaps you can start us off, David, in terms of what your institution is solving for in the affordable housing space. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to start by recognizing the presence of our two ministers, the Minister for Human Settlements for South Africa, Minister Kubai, and our Alice Wahome, and also my Principal Secretary and all the distinguished guests that are present here today. Madam Facilitator for this session, thank you very much for having me. My name is David Mathu. As she rightly mentioned, I am a quantity surveyor and also privileged at the moment to be serving as the Managing Director and the CEO of National Housing Corporation in Kenya. National Housing Corporation is a state agency, just like many state agencies that have been mentioned here this morning. We are established under Cap 117 of the laws of Kenya to play a critical role as the principal agency of government when it comes to implementation of housing programs and policies. And we are playing a critical role in affordable housing, a program that I know we had some excerpts from our head of state, President William. There's a clip that was played earlier. The same has also been emphasized by our cabinet secretary, and I believe as we move along, we'll keep on talking about affordable housing and indeed what National Housing Corporation is doing. Thank you.
Thanks, Palisa, and good morning to the honorable guests in all capacities.
As indicated, I'm Mesabeni, but on your program they spelled my surname is Ngubeni. The correct surname is Ngobeni, Mlambia. Yeah. I just wanted to indicate that from the infrastructure fund point of view, we are a reform of government of South Africa. We have been introduced to address market failures in about 8 sectors. One of those sectors is human settlements for obvious reasons. It's a very key component of the government program. And what we do in the human settlement space, we solve for bulk infrastructure financing using blended finance mechanisms, but we are very much active in the social housing space. We have a partnership with the department as well as the SHRA to address market failures where financiers are really not coming into the social housing space. So we are providing bridge facilities to de-risk projects in their early stages of development when they are very risky. And as soon as they start working, we exit because the market failure doesn't exist anymore. And we refinance with, we allow commercial banks and other DFIs to come in and refinance on a long-term basis. I think most of the detail of what we do will come out as and when we discuss here as the panel, but I'm happy to be here. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Khotas, you can please tell us about yourself and your institution.
Okay. Hi, I'm Khotatso Meka. I'm from the Cosmopolitan Projects and Central Developments Property Group. We're an entrepreneurial group of companies. We focus on largely affordable housing. Company's been around since 1992. I've delivered across the group about 70,000 houses. Like I say, mostly in Gauteng because that's where the largest demand is and continues to increase. We also do look at other markets like retirement estates, which are becoming more and more popular now in South Africa. We're very passionate about housing. It's an increasingly difficult space to operate in South Africa. And, but, we just part of coming up with the solutions. When you're in this space, you learn to stop complaining, but being part of the solution. And we'd like to honestly get that 70,000 number to 100,000 in like the next 5 years. And I think it's very, very possible.
Thank you. Caroline?
So my name once again is Caroline Wanjeri. I'm the Director of Mortgage at KCB. As I said, KCB is a regional bank. We cut across Pacific and the Indian Ocean, so the countries that are around there, about 8 countries. Our financing covers the whole spectrum, infrastructure, energy, housing, so name it, everything else that a bank can do. And as I said, we do have a correspondence office in Ethiopia. Specific to affordable housing, again, working very closely as a bank to be able to be the financial intermediary in between there.
Thank you. So I've been tasked to keep this panel quite interactive, which I think is important given that we have been allocated an hour and a half. So just to check that everybody's still awake, I'm going to throw questions out to the crowd and test you as we go along. So we'll get straight into the first question. We can appreciate as various players in the housing value chain that policy certainty is key, whether you're the end user that's taking off the project or you're the developer or funder coming on board. If we can start with you, please, Khotatso, what does this mean to you, policy certainty? And of late, what innovative policy decisions have you seen that are working to accelerate the delivery of affordable housing in South Africa, and in particular the markets within which you operate?
Yeah, I mean, hello? Yeah, look, policy certainty is everything. A lot of projects, particularly in housing, can take 2, 3, 4, 5 years. In our portfolio, we've got projects where we're building up to 20,000 houses in a particular region. So that's going to be 15 years that we're going to be there. So if we're going to go raise like huge amounts of capital in the billions, but the policy changes in year 3, it can completely blow up my business model. So policy certainty is everything, and once there's certainty, the private capital is happy to participate because I know where the goalposts are, and I can design my product accordingly. In terms of some of the more innovative policies that I think exist, I think two come in mind. I think first home financing, for example, I think is an incredible project, particularly in times like these where the property market is absolutely burning because of high interest rate, a depressed economy, high inflation, etc. So, I mean, like some of our projects, something like 40% of our clients make use of the subsidy that's granted by the government. That's 40%. I mean, if in a project of 200, that's 80 families that wouldn't have accessed those homes if it wasn't for a product like First Home Finance. And on the positive side, actually, they're also quite efficient in terms of how they process those applications. Another one is like SHRA. SHRA, I think, has the potential to make the biggest impact because, you know, that goes all the way down, you know, like to someone who's earning 3,000-4,000 rand. They can now afford to live in a decent place for a decent rental. But there's a lot of policy uncertainty and certain things that don't make sense. And that's why you don't see a lot of like the big developers playing in that space, because we're not going to come in and do a project of 200 units. You know, something that's going to excite us and get out of bed is like when I can, you know, start with 1,000 and build up quickly to 10,000. But for that, I need policy certainty and I need a business model that makes sense. But some of the positive things that they've done, they've increased that the grant to something that makes a lot more sense. So I think a lot of us now are applying our minds, trying to engage SHRA and making sure that, like, if we go in, we can work together in solving some of these problems.
No, thank you very much for that. And I think it's quite key that you mentioned First Home Finance. I mean, I was watching the news, and for the first time, I would say in about 7 years, I saw that one of the commercial banks is now advertising those 105% bonds for first-time home loaners. That essentially means that the bank would cover your mortgage 100% plus the fees. And typically, loan-to-values of about 80 to 90% are the prevailing, you know, in the private home space. And you speak about the CCG, and I do appreciate that for a developer of your size, it may not be incentive enough. And Mr. Vane, you can come in here, but certainly from a DBSA perspective, where we also play in social housing, we look at that CCG as a proxy for equity. So it goes a very long way towards de-risking a project. And for transformation, where we're trying to encourage the participation of emerging players in the construction space, which in a South African construct are typically your black individuals as well as your women. It's quite transformative. Mr. Vane, from wearing your funding hat, and obviously developers like Khotazo being your clients, what can you say around the policy certainty and innovation you've seen in that space?
Yeah, thanks. I agree with what Khotazo has said. Maybe I will say, in my view, policies shouldn't exist to just regulate and punish, but policies should also play a very important role in enabling developments. We have seen good adjustments to the CCG kind of regulations around adjusting the income bands when it has been a problem for over many years. Most developers, when we came into the space, they were raising that because it affects the bankability of projects and it makes the financial models not to stack up. So since the adjustments, I think we're seeing more projects becoming financially viable. However, I need to indicate that even with those adjustments, we still have issues around the quality of the project pipeline that we see. And it says to me that even if the CCG itself was to increase from the current levels of, let's say, 860 million per year, even if you would double it, you still have issues with the quality of, pipeline. So we need to invest a lot of energy in getting these projects packaged, getting them to be, properly bankable. When you are reading from your notes, the phone has a tendency of just locking. What I've seen also is that the ministry has gone a long way in adjusting the conditional grant frameworks to ensure that they work for the sector. I've seen a very huge shift in increasing the bulk infrastructure component in the HSDG, for example, which plays a very important role around these integrated human settlements that the minister was talking about. I mean, the USDG conditional grant framework for 2023 is saying that 50% of USDG must be used to prioritize basic services. So it talks to bulk infrastructure, which is the most biggest impediment to development in the sector. However, we still see a lot of underspending on this grant in these cities. So we need to ask ourselves a question: where is the problem? And do we keep on giving the same cities money which they are underspending? Or can we find a way to repurpose it and put up programs that will fast track the implementation of these projects? For example, Palesa, I was thinking about when you look at other sectors, you will find what you call indirect conditional grants, which are grants that will be controlled by the department, and the department appoint implementing agents that are competent. Because when you read the reasons for the underspending, for example, it's typical contract management, project management issues, procurement issues that are making projects not to move. So we need to look at how best do we pull that up. I think lastly, I've also seen policy changes around supporting the sector when it's not doing well, emergency kind of responses in case of disasters, but also when COVID was in our midst, the department put up interventions to ensure that the developments are still making a lot of sense. The last point on this is around this integrated human settlements projects. This bulk infrastructure and repurposing funding, I think it can work best if we can focus on injecting a lot more into integrated settlements, and we apply scale in terms of programs rather than individual projects. Because when you look at the amount of backlogs that we have, we're currently not moving them due to this project by project approach. So I think a portfolio kind of approach in addressing some of these things will actually help us. Thanks.
No, thank you very much for that comprehensive response. QS David, to throw it to you, are you able to share on any innovative policy decisions that have been implemented in Kenya?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you once again. I will start by stating from the onset that the current affordable housing program of the government of Kenya is anchored in the manifesto of the current administration. And as we know, a presidential manifesto is one of the policy documents that any country, any department can leverage on in execution of its programs. So if you look at the Kenya Kwanza, because the current Kenyan administration is known as Kenya Kwanza government, at the heart of that manifesto, affordable housing has been captured as one of the 5 major interventions that the government will focus on between the year 2022 all the way to the year 2027. Further to that, we now arising from that manifesto, and I am happy because my policy directors, our cabinet secretary, and the PS are here, we have also now received guidelines on how to operationalize that provision within the manifesto. And what I'm saying, we have a proposed bill, and that proposed bill is called the Affordable Housing Bill. Within the bill, we have defined properly what is the affordable housing. Because I believe, stemming from a policy, we then need an enabling legal and regulatory framework that supports the overarching policy of the government. And within that particular bill, after defining what is affordable housing, then the bill is trying to anchor what the CS had earlier mentioned. There is a levy, which is also a policy direction of the government, where under Employment Act, an employer is supposed to deduct 1.5% of the employee's gross salary and remit to government towards an affordable housing fund. And at the same time, the employer is also supposed to contribute 1.5. So for a single individual, 3% equivalent is actually being remitted to the government to facilitate affordable housing. And that is why now the law or the bill is being put in place to guide on how that fund is allocated to the various institutions that are supposed to implement the affordable housing. Allow me to, but my CS is here and the PS, they could preempt at some point. There are various levels of funding. For example, when this money comes, it comes to my institution. National Housing Corporation is listed as the first institution that is supposed to benefit from this fund. Then there is the social housing program. And I believe that's why our PS yesterday was saying there is a major need for us to come up with an institution that will focus on social housing program. Because at the moment, that program is being implemented at the department level and not by an agency. So that fund, again, from that policy, will go into the slum upgrading program, which is currently at the ministerial level. Then there is what we call the civil servants housing. That is also another area that will be funded by that innovative fund that is coming or stemming from this overarching policy on affordable housing. And lastly, of course, there's a new institution to be created that is responsible for managing and, of course, allocating that particular fund. Now, the other area I find in terms of innovative policies in housing currently in Kenya, we have talked of the climate action. I strongly believe affordable housing can solve more than the two commonly held problems, the economic problem and the social problem. Because majority times you listen to government officers speaking, we say affordable housing will create job opportunities. So to a great extent, it will resolve an economic problem. On the other hand, we say we are providing decency in terms of home ownership. And that's also a constitutional right in Kenya under Article 43. But I find there could be a third angle that we need to emphasize in these Kenya-South African Affordable Housing Forum moving forward, and that is the third goal of sustainability, where we are saying affordable housing from a policy point of view must be economical, must give us social outcomes, but lastly, it must also give us sustainability outcomes so that we have a tripartite output out of the affordable housing policy as a program.
Thank you very much for that feedback, David. Now over to you, please, Caroline. How does the policy or the innovative decisions taken thereunder translate to the end user? And I would appreciate you, leaning on your experience, in terms of the mortgages space, because ultimately that's the that's the person that we are solving for, right? The client.
Thanks, thanks, Tina. Yeah, so policy plays a very critical role, and I'll tell you, just as I mentioned, in Kenya for a very long time, we only had about 5 financial institutions, participating in the mortgage market. And the introduction of KMRC, which is an initiative of the government, together with the private, it's actually a PPP, because KCB has invested 20%. The government of Kenya is the biggest investor in KMRC with 25%, with many other banks, including SACCOs. These are the cooperative societies investing in, has changed the whole landscape. And I was actually speaking to somebody from World Bank, and I was saying it would be very interesting to do the mortgage numbers right now to just see how that has changed the whole landscape. The other thing is I've seen more developers getting encouraged to get into affordable housing, because through the Finance Act 2023, there were certain incentives that were specific to developers that go into affordable housing. The corporate tax was reduced, there's some waivers on input tax. So again, just incentives to encourage investors that want to get into that space. But also on the end buyer, waiver of stamp duty, which is sort of like a tax, is about 4% in Kenya for first-time home buyers. Similar to your first home initiative, where you're giving a subsidy, but in this case, if you can prove that you're first-time home buyer, you get waiver on your stamp duty. So those again have come very, very, very key. Speaking to what QS Mathu has said, again, looking at alternative sources of funding that go beyond deposits, that is what normal banks would look at. We are positioned well. Speaking for KCB, we are the accredited institution managing Green Climate Fund. And there's an opportunity in there, even in addressing what he has just spoken to, even social housing. Because how do you today transform a slum, but again make sure that the people in there are making money, money that is decent enough for them to continue owning and taking ownership of the program. And I know there's some work that we are working together with the ministry to see whether we can be able to, attract in some funds. I think, again, the other key direction, which again I'll also call policy, and that was driven from the ministry, was leveraging on technology. So for a very long time, our land registration system has been manual. So we have Althi-Sasa, which is an online system that is trying to tackle, the hurdles that I talked about, taking so long to transfer a title or, to do a charge for the bank. And, it's in the initial stages, but again, we've seen a lot of traction from our end and a lot of transparency with all the professionals involved, the lawyers, the valuers in there. And again, it's one of the areas that, we see has an opportunity to be able to open up. And for banks to be more bold, we've started seeing banks now offering the 105% financing in Kenya, something that, would never have happened. Because, when policy is done right, then the investors, including banks, because banks are investors, they have shareholders, start taking more risk, start, grabbing more risk from the market. Yeah.
Thank you for that. Now to shine the spotlight on the providers of funding. I'll start with you, David. What are some of the interventions which do you think the financial sector has implemented to expedite the delivery of affordable housing? And upon introspection, rather, do you think that more can be done?
Yeah, thank you. I think I take it up from where my sister Wanjeri left it. She's coming from one of the largest banks in Kenya. And I believe to a great extent, they're using them. For example, they have been very supportive to the whole program on affordable housing and home ownership. She talked of Kenya Mortgage refinancing company, where they are critical shareholders and they have put in their resources to ensure that Kenyans are able to access mortgages at around 9% or a single digit. That was unheard of before the Kenya Mortgage Refinancing Company was put together by the government of Kenya, AFDB, World Bank, and several stakeholders, including banks. And therefore, today it's possible that any person wanting to access a mortgage could actually access cheaper mortgage for a long term. That was not there before. Banks are also playing a critical role. For example, where I work, we are allowed by the law to go to the market and seek for funding. Obviously, we'd be seeking for long-term, cheap funding. And the last time we attempted that, some of the banks, including where Wanjeri is working, came in. And they have supported us with a big facility that we are currently accessing, and that facility is allowing us. Actually, majority of the projects we tendered for last financial year have been funded by some of the banks, including where Wanjeri is working. And therefore, that can be seen also as a great input or a great support that is being rendered by our banking institution. Now, National Housing Corporation, for example, where I work, even if we got the 30% that is to be allocated to us under the Affordable Housing Fund, with an aspiration of delivering 1 million housing units, that still is a drop in the ocean. And that means, as much as we are collecting the 3% from employees, banking institutions still have a major role to play to assist us to meet the gap between the delivery of 1 million housing units and maybe around 200,000 housing units that can be delivered under the fund. We are currently working with DFIs like World Bank. They are putting in money. There's a big program where we are doing 3,500 units, and that is being driven by a DFI. We find they are able to put together a very good structure on a PPP where we avail the land, and then the bank is able to act as our financial transaction advisor and be in a position to attract funding to implement 2,820 apartments and 680 maisonets, all of them under affordable housing. I therefore strongly believe banks have an opportunity, and especially my pet subject on sustainable funding. Sustainability is an area where I think as African nations, we have been unable to tap into this so-called green funding. I think it's the highest time also banking institutions, they also try to develop a strategy where they are able to attract these funds from as many multilateral institutions as possible and advance to players who are in this space, including ourselves and several other private developers who are doing affordable housing. In Kenya, our first affordable housing project, it is called Homa Bay Affordable Housing Project, which was the first project to be commissioned by His Excellency the President on 13th of January as a partnership between national government and county government. County government of Homa Bay has been certified green, which means being the first project to be certified green by World Bank and the IFC Edge, then we have an opportunity to continually attract funding in the green space. So that is also an area that I think banks should be playing a major role.
No, I think you raised some really good points around the green funding, and thank you, Caroline, for opening the door to segue to that part. I mean, one of our clients as a DBSA, for example, our NHFC as well as TAF, and as their banker, I've been struggling to get them to take additional funding over the last 2 years because the cost of capital in the market has just become increasingly expensive, especially since COVID. But yes, there are pools of concessionary funding, and I think, Mr. Ben, you're probably better placed than I am to speak to that, because you speak about market failure and blended finance. And I just want to stick a pin in the green funding conversation. We'll loop it back to it in another question that I've proposed for you. Because especially if one considers the sector within which we operate, if you look at the whole project life cycle, right, from inception, conception, design, construction, operation, maintenance, and even decommissioning, housing is a huge contributor towards gas emissions. And I think off the back of COP28, we'd be remiss to not loop back to that and to see what levers we can use in our various spaces to see what we can do to leverage off of that. So, Mr. Vane, if you could come in again around the funding and incentives and what more we can do as funders and what you think the IF is doing well in terms of improving that access to funding.
Thanks. So in the affordable housing space, what I can say is that we are as good as the systems and commitments that we have as a country. So I would like to stratify the discussion into two compartments. So first, government actions in making it to happen, and the private sector actions. So from a government perspective, obviously we spoke about the policy adjustments that were made by the department to enable projects to be implemented very quickly and at scale. So what we are doing from the fiscus point of view, through the BFI and the infrastructure fund, we actually currently providing concessional loan facilities to social housing projects. This means that we're pricing slightly lower than your normal commercial banks, possibly other DFIs as well. And the reason is not to distort the market. The reason is to enable these projects to be able to work, because if you charge market rates, most of the projects, they do not make it to financial close. And it's the reason why you have seen insipid private sector participation in the space, in the main, particularly alongside, social housing. So what we do is we come in, we provide, if you like, bridge facilities with a tenure of about 4 years. So they de-risk 2 years of construction and 2 years of operations. And when the social housing project is now attractive to the market, we can sell off the debt to commercial banks who would have naturally come in without us. So our success will be measured by us exiting the transactions much, much quicker. And what we do, we have a differentiated approach where if a particular project cannot afford a bridge, it cannot afford us getting out, then we are in it for a long haul as a financier. However, that intervention is limited in a way that we only had been allocated about 305 million for about 4 projects. The minister was talking about the Goodwood project that was launched last week. It's one of the projects that we are supporting. When we started with them, they were anticipating to borrow about 121 million from us. But due to lapse of time, we ended up now advancing about 152 million. And the reason for that is we had to adjust for issues like VAT facilities. I think the honorable member of parliament here from Kenya was indicating that in Kenya, actually they do VAT exemptions because it is a cost for developers, and at times they don't have it. So for that project to reach financial close, we had to come with innovations around, additional VAT facilities, as well as what we call contingency kind of facilities, because there had been escalations, and the CCG policy adjustments were applying prospectively rather than retroactively. So we try to find solutions within that. The other point is that we are conceptualizing what we call the intermediate phase of social housing. So instead of intervening in 1 or 2 projects, we have spoken to various DFIs within South Africa to say,
Look, the challenge is big. We have about 320,000 units in terms of backlogs. We can't be delivering 5,000, 6,000 units in this space every year. We are not tinkering, so we are not really influencing the targets that we need to meet. So the discussion is that the DFIs will come into a platform, inject capital at scale. Let's say we have about 5, 10 billion, and then we start to implement 10, 20 projects per year. And the infrastructure fund is anchoring this. But now, for this platform to work, we are going to need projects that are ready. We are going to need developers that are capable. Because the human settlement space is highly engineering orientated. And in my view, it needs experienced developers while working with the ones that are not experienced, because the minister, I know that she will hit on me in respect of transformation. So we need to transform within the context of competency with these large developers. And I'm saying this because in one of the projects that we are involved in, the money is there. However, the project is not moving. And when you check, is the incompetency of the developer and the social housing institution to be able to move in the space. So we need to deal with a variety of issues. On the commercial banking sector, what we have seen mostly has been cherry picking of good projects that are working for obvious reasons in relation to their mandates, their objective to make profits and so forth. However, we have also seen them starting to come with useful discussions in relation to packaging of special purpose vehicles for ring fencing of the risk in terms of financing, but also from an implementation point of view, because most of the projects that you implement, I did indicate, they rely on bulk infrastructure. And you need these municipalities to be anchors of bulk infrastructure, but their balance sheets are also constrained. Right. I mean, you struggle with metros to be able to get balance sheet funding. So we're seeing innovative financing, ideas around listing of bonds, ideas around ring-fenced project accounts, so that you are able to manage those projects in that particular way. And I think the confluence of this public sector and private sector interventions will be able to help us going forward. Thanks.
No, thank you for that, Mr. Ben. I mean, just to take it closer to home again, when you talk about the constraints that we're seeing within the public sector from a balance sheet borrowing perspective, we have a project that we are funding, social housing, where the borrower in this instance is the Northern Cape Department of Human Settlements, and against the reliance of future grant allocations, they're able next year to start delivering on 4,000 units of housing, where the allocations will be coming in over a 3-year period. So yes, I think the crisis is really forcing us to think outside of the box from the traditional options that we used to consider. You're a developer, so I think you're better placed than us to speak to challenges you face in this space. I don't know if you want to add to what we've discussed already in terms of funding, but any other challenges as well that you have experienced.
Yeah, I think before I jump to challenges, I just want to add on to what Mr. Ben was saying. Look, I don't think we should take transformation lightly, and the work that NHFC, GPF, and the likes are doing. But I think there's multiple ways to skin a cat, and this transformation journey is a massive elephant. We do need new entrants. But property development is that value chain is really strenuous. And when you look at a risk-adjusted return, sometimes if you don't have the passion, it's actually not worth it. So like some of the ways that we've approached it, like myself, not only executive director at Cosmopolitan, I'm also a partner. These are guys that have been in the business for 30 years, and like we've sat around the table and we've unpacked the real issues in South Africa. And they have backed me in my own business. We're a group of companies, and I have my own company within that group. So I have access to that entire ecosystem and value chain. So we're a working model of transformation. And mind you, none of the projects that I've done have, unfortunately, none of them have been with like Shah or any of those places. They've been fully private, you know, but like we want to really participate and now use our skill as a black developer to start taking that number down from 350,000 to 300, 250,000. You know, so yeah, there's many ways to skin that animal, and it is a very, very critical topic that I don't think we should shy away from. And then when it comes to challenges, I mean, obviously there's a laundry list, but I think infrastructure. Human settlements is very unique in that you can have a competent human settlements department, minister, and people on the ground, but you are reliant on multiple sectors. For me to put up a housing development, I need water, I need electricity, I need roads. These are all different departments, and these are the challenges that we go through as developers to get approvals from 6, 7, 8 different departments that don't talk to each other, that don't align budgets, etc. And one of the reasons I've partnered with Cosmopolitan is because how we solve for that is then we'll have to buy like 500-600 hectares of land, because half the available land in the cities, there's no access to services. But if I buy 500 hectares of land and I say I'm going to do 10,000 houses and there's no electricity, then we can build a substation for 80-90 million, but like that 90 million is divided across 10,000 opportunities. But you understand the sort of capital that we need has to be like very long dated, because I have to build 3,000 houses before I make my first R1 of profit. So those are massive challenges. If we as a country, as a continent, can focus on just roll out the infrastructure, us as developers, we will come. If there's water, there's electricity, and all the basic services, we will solve for the capital and implementation. And that's a challenge across Africa.
On that point, I can imagine we've got other developers, specifically from Kenya, in our audience as well. I don't know if anybody would like to kindly put up their hand and to opine on challenges that are shared in Kenya, whether there are similarities or differences. Do we have any takers? No, none at the moment. Okay.
Thanks. I just wanted to add on the topic around developers. I think we can also talk about the fact that they face many challenges. Some of them will be, this issue around delayed government investments. I think is what he's referring to. Our cities have collapsed, and it's so painful to see metros in the main to be where they are. I don't want to mention them, but when you work with some of them on these bulk infrastructure projects, which are supposed to catalyze your developments, there's no sense of agency around getting it done to catalyze these investments that we are talking about. There's also erosion of skills at municipal level, to an extent that you find that a municipality has concluded a development agreement with a developer, and you can see that the development agreement is one-sided. Right? There's no appreciation of how the development charges policy work. And municipalities are supposed to be the ones driving the DC policy. So with that kind of situation, it becomes difficult to structure bespoke blended finance solutions in that environment. I mean, we had a program that we put forward to National Treasury in the last round of the BFI. There were 5 bulk infrastructure projects. Treasury came back and said, well, in 3 of these are mostly private sector, but we don't see this development charges policy in these municipalities talking to that. We are willing to support on the grant front, but we can't cover what developers are supposed to put in. Now, what I'm saying is there are a lot of challenges, however, where Also, these municipalities are struggling with these governance challenges because of coalitions and other issues. There is no decisions made around projects in putting them into the pipeline. But in the affordable housing space, what I've seen, in particular with respect to developers, they struggle with this notion of cost escalations around project costs escalating. I know some of the instruments here solve for that, but you will still find those gaps being there if the project was there in the pipeline for a very long time. And our regulatory processes overall, they need to improve to enable this development as well. In one instance, we, as the funder, remember we are a funder, we had to go and engage with municipal council in one municipality to be able to approve documents that relates to allowing cession of mortgage bonds and things like that. And the developer couldn't get that council resolution in. Fortunate enough, yesterday we received the council resolution. So it also takes financiers to understand that they are not just there to inject money and extract repayments. You get to heavy lift around unblocking some of the challenges that are there. And if we start to look at human settlements from that perspective in an integrated manner as stakeholders, we should be able to help each other to do exactly that. Thanks.
Now, I think you raised a really key point around that collaboration. I don't see her right now, but I've got my beats from Standard Bank in the room, Balisa, who looks after affordable housing. And they talked about having to build, I believe it was wastewater, to get a project to bankability. You mentioned having to get sufficient scale, in terms of number of units of housing to then justify the construction of a substation. And you're right. Increasingly, we aren't just writing the checks, to fund, but it's that heavy lifting. And you touched on this also briefly. It speaks to the mandate and the shareholder behind who the funder is, and where an IF, for example, has got this key relationship with National Treasury as well as the department. You leverage of that from a development bank perspective, from an SA book. Our loan book perspective, 60% of our exposure is through municipalities. So again, we find ourselves having to knock on those doors to unlock projects that are blocked. And to me, that speaks to Triple P, like you'd mentioned, QS David, but not always necessarily in the traditional sense of BOT, for example. How have you made that work in a Kenya context, where you find yourself, I'm sure, even as NHC, wearing more than one hat to get affordable housing across the line?
Once again, thank you. I am happy that you have raised this particular question, because I think my way of looking at things is rather simplistic. He said something I strongly believe in. He has a project that is well funded, but one that is not performing. Because project performance is a science. We know what are the parameters of a successful project. One, it must be completed on time to justify the reason for being an affordable housing. Because, for example, imagine a project commences at 1 billion and say we are doing a certain number of units. Then at the end of the day, we complete this project behind schedule by more than 6 months or 1 year. Then dynamics in the market have changed. The cost of financing of that particular project has changed. There are high levels of escalation in financing. So that means that project perhaps completes now, or the final account is 1.5 billion. Now, if you are to sell those units as affordable housing units, they are no longer affordable. So as much as you may have all the funds, and you design very good designs, and you're saying these are affordable housing units, the entire process, how we collaborate through the implementation process, from those who are in charge of development control, how quickly are we issuing the approvals? For example, in Kenya, we need to go to a county government for the county government to give you development control approvals. After that, you have to go to National Construction Authority for them to give you the project, certificate for you to go and commence the work. You have to go to the NEMA, National Environmental Management Agency. All these players must be integrated. They must be part of this conversation if at all we intend to have any program dubbed as affordable housing program. Because it's not just about money. In public policy, I believe planning and program implementation, the issue of budget and how it is executed, it is critical. So an execution of budget requires proper planning. So part of the conversation we should be having and going forward may be in this cooperation between Kenya and South Africa. We need to also start collaborating on the area of skill and capacity transfer, best practices, for example, in project management. At National Housing Corporation, I am happy to note we have about 13 projects which are quite active. And all of them are ahead of schedule. But what is this genius around this project being ahead of schedule? It is the selection of the contractor. How do you do the procurement process, and how do you select a contractor? Because garbage in, garbage out. If you select a bad contractor, then you take too long to implement the project because they have nothing to lose. You are developing them as they also develop your project. But you need a contractor who has something to lose. They have a reputation to defend. Number two, how do we supervise these contractors to deliver on time? So we have a very efficient structure, which is very current. We have a new structure on how we are managing our projects. We have digitized the processes of design and implementation. We have onboarded the building information modeling to assist us in the implementation of affordable housing at scale. Because we are not talking of one project. We are talking of delivering 1 million housing units. They cannot be delivered in the traditional manual way of doing things. And that's also another innovation that we have added, that will, at the end of the day, drive our processes to assure us that we will have an outcome that is affordable. So I'm saying planning is one thing, but execution is another thing. Let us not call projects affordable just because you have designed and agreed this will be the cost. But how do we manage that cost to ensure that at the end of 1 year or 2 years, we'll be able to deliver these projects on the stated cost, time, and quality?
No, thank you for that, QS David. Caroline, I'll pose this one to you first. So we've been seeing increasingly across South Africa, for sure, especially with the floods, is that there have been a lot of disasters of late, and we currently don't have infrastructure that's climate resilient. And we found that the uptake of alternative building technologies is still fairly low. People are quite married to the idea of brick and mortar. What strategies do you think can be put in place to incentivize people to adopt alternative building technologies, especially for the purposes of accelerating housing delivery? Because I find that we do that quite well as a disaster recovery initiative, but not necessarily in terms of building longer-term dwelling structures.
So thanks, and I think that speaks to what QS Mathu had talked about, right from design, thinking about sustainability from the word go. In the bank, we have an ESG framework for every project that comes in. We must check, there are parameters that we check to confirm first that environmentally it is well positioned, and look at all factors, including is the area prone to flooding, is there any landslides and all that. we look at the social aspect in terms of how is the project going to impact the people that are around there? Is it going to create jobs? Is it going to be a nuisance, or is it going to be, have a positive impact to the environment? And of course, the governance aspect as well of the project. And part of it is, and I think, to even incentivize, first of all, is to be able to cover all these things. And I go back to green funds. For you to be able to have access to green funds, you must be able to tick the boxes. For a project to be EDGE certified, you must be able to show that environmentally, socially, you looked at the ESG frameworks and not ignoring the SDG goals, yeah? And you must ask yourself, through the project, what am I addressing? Is it poverty? Is it diversity and inclusion? What SDG goal am I serving within that? And sometimes we forget and think more about brick and mortar and forget about all these other things that come into play when you get a DFI that wants to attract into green funding. So one of the things we've done for all projects that come in, we have developed an ESG framework that we use and support the developers to ensure that they can be able to tick the boxes. And so that even as we act as a front runner that is seeking green funds, then we make sure the projects that we are financing are also able to tick that box. In terms of commitment, we have a commitment to make sure that at least 30% of our book is green. It's a huge commitment towards net zero emission, but we are very keen to ensure that eventually 30% of the funds that we are giving out are also green, because it's also not just about profit. It's about how are you making those profits, and how are you impacting the environment, and how are the projects that you're financing ensuring that the future generations are saved. With a heritage of 127 years, the bank is 127 years. This year, we are celebrating 127 years. There's nobody in this room who's 127 years. So it's a huge responsibility on us as leaders to ensure that the institutions we are running, the things, the policies that we are putting in place can serve another 127 years of generation.
No, that's fantastic. Thank you. Khotato, I'd like to hear your perspective around that.
Yeah. So when it comes to alternative building technologies, I think there's a lot more work that needs to be done. And I think a big gap on the continent is lack of investment in research and development, which is a critical component in this ecosystem. So, theoretically, from large institutions, it sounds great, like alternative building, ESG, and I think they've done great work to get business thinking about these things. But on the practical side, like as a developer who develops, in Mamelodi, in Protea, if I come there and I say, I'm doing 1,000 houses, now it's going to take me from building a house in 3 months, now it's going to take me 3 days, and I don't need all of you guys here, I just need that team, because I'm going to assemble it in a factory somewhere, and then when I get to site, I'm just like putting it together. So what they're going to do, that's going to accelerate housing delivery, but these jobs that we want to create, it's going to impact that. And one of the big challenges developing, in South Africa, is the construction mafia. Every single developer has to deal with that. And so now if I'm already coming, I'm dealing with the construction mafia, but now also the community is not on my side, because I'm saying, I'm not going to come and create 200 jobs. Now I'm going to come create 30. These are the practical things that we need to talk about if we want to implement alternative building technologies. And then also, I don't know, how does the NHBRC look at that? Are they working with us? So I think there's a lot more work that needs to be done on that. But I do think it's the future. I do think it can solve for a lot of the backlogs, because just from a timing perspective.
No, I think you raise a relevant point. I had the pleasure of serving with one of the DDGs of Human Settlements as co-chair of the presidency's Human Settlements Technical Working Group, such a mouthful, of the Sustainable Infrastructure Development Symposium about 2 years ago. And human settlements was included, and not necessarily because our projects are catalytic by value, particularly when one starts comparing to energy deals or even your ICT and your roads and transport projects. But from a job creation perspective, it really can't be ignored, and also in terms of improving the quality of people's lives from a socio-economic perspective too. I think the challenge that she raises is a really real one in terms of the construction mafias. But in my mind, and I don't know what your feeling is that it would take a rethinking of what we mean by creating jobs. Yes, it's a move away from traditional bricklaying and cement making per se, but it's now requiring more work in the manufacturing space, more skilled labor. And I suppose it's a case of how does one absorb those jobs in that value chain. And it's endemic, right? We're seeing this in agriculture as well. So it's not nuanced only to the housing sector. So I'm just mindful of the time. Oh, okay, go for it.
Just quickly, so we have seen, for example, now in the social housing space, with this interest generated from the CCG and the policy adjustments, one can now introduce your green kind of elements into the projects, the solar panels and things like that. Now, what I was thinking with ABT is that you are now delving into a space of construction economics. Now it's about efficiencies in how you deliver your products. But he's right, because there needs to be a paradigm shift from the current system, which are conventional, to new systems. However, what that can be done, how it can be done is that you don't have to phase out brick and mortar altogether at the same time. So you don't have to apply a big bang approach. In this mixed use developments that we're talking about, there could be a requirement that a certain number of units is built on, ABT, so that people can buy into it bit by bit. They can see it's stable. If it's stable for factories and companies, it will be stable for human settlements. I do agree that regulations, they need to talk to what we want to do. Here at Stain City, I was invited by one developer to come and see what ABT can do. He's been trying to get projects to build schools on it, hospitals on it. He's been struggling. So he decided to put up a 50 million house in Stain City, built on ABT. It's one of the most beautiful houses around that area. And it's a duplex, right? So it can work for social housing, it can work for BNGs. It's a matter of allowing it to come into the system. The last point is that we need to incentivize developers to do that. So within the grant frameworks and all that, incentives can be put in for us to start seeing this. I think she's saying I'm talking too much at the back. Thanks.
No, I think you're right, and Carolyn touched on this. Most of the green funding that one would find in the market tends to be quite concessionary in approach, right? And what we've seen at DBSA was when you speak to developers and you ask what would work for you, the carrot or the stick approach, it's definitely the carrot, especially because you can factor that into the project early on. But practically what we find is that most developers want to factor the concessions, or rather the projects deserving of the concessions later in. So they promise that, emissions will be cut, say, in year 3, year 5, and there are no guarantees of that up front, right? So as funders, we are able to build in funding to penalize people, so to speak, for that. And next time you go to Stain City, I want to come with you to see this house that you're talking about. I see there's a hand up. Perhaps we can take a few questions. And the last question, I think I'll just open up to the floor. We just need to be mindful of, why we are here, right, for the last 2 days. And thank you for all availing yourselves. It really has been interesting and very informative. And it's just for us to borrow from each other. And you mentioned this already, Curious David, in terms of skills and capacity, what's worked best in your market that we can try to replicate, and vice versa. So very happy to take comments from the floor and questions, also around that last parting shot. I think the mic is behind you, sir.
Greetings, everyone. I'm just standing up so everyone can see me. My name is Mabuse. I'm from Hydroform, and I'm glad you're engaging on the topic of alternative building technology. And I like what Khothatso had to say. It's challenging for developers. We're not at Hydroform. We're not a developer company, but we supply the alternative building technology. And we work closely with developers, and we've seen in our experience that there's a lot of challenges for developers trying to use alternative building technology. So our system is basically saying we'll manufacture it in our factory, but we bring it down to the on-site, so that then we can engage the local community. You don't leave them behind, because it's their project. It's for them. They need to benefit from it. And you can also employ them in the same project as well. Now, throughout the past 2-3 years, I've been traveling and attending a lot of these sessions. And I think what we've done in South Africa through our government is that at least we see policy changing and saying that we need to bring alternative building technology into the space as well. So I think that's helping. For me, that collaboration is important. Financial institutions are also now beginning to engage with us. For example, we've got now partnership with the likes of the FNBs and the net banks, Standard Bank and ABSA as well on the table. So that it's also beginning to assist us to solve this problem. Because yes, from an alternative building technology, we do manufacture in a factory, but our method is to make sure that we're employing the local community on site, make sure the developer also benefits, because they also need to make profit. That's what they are about. So we're finding that it's beginning to develop. Yes, it is slow, but it is beginning to develop. But what I'd like to ask for me personally as a Hydroform director is that I'd like to get a knock as well. I've been knocking on a lot of doors. I know PS Charles Henga is here. I know Minister Kubai is here. And I knock on a lot of doors. I travel not just only the local country, but also the continent, to make sure that we make our voices heard. And I'd also like to get a knock back, because the house you visited in Steyn City, I've got a showroom as well that's more for affordable housing. So I'd like to invite anyone who'd like to engage and see these as well, and see our technology. Come talk to me. I've got my 2 colleagues with me here as well, and let's engage. But we can only achieve this if we collaborate and work together. The deficit is too much for one company or one alternative building technology to afford. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, and also thanks for the invitation. Could we see our colleagues as well, so people know who to look for during the lunch break? Perfect. Thank you. Are there any other questions from the floor? Mr. Roaming Mike, we've got to the side, please. I charge by the step, so this is not the most efficient use of funds, if I may add. Oh, you've got your own mics? Yeah. At the table, yes. There you go.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Good day to the House, and let me just say all protocol observed. My name is Gilemi Tato, and I am the CEO of a company called Tando Holdings. We are a group of companies trading in the space of construction and also property development. And over the years, we have developed interest in constructing houses within the African diaspora. So the question that I would like to ask is actually to our Kenya delegates, and it talks to the climate of doing business there. Obviously, every country has got its own dynamics when it comes to involving of the locals and all of that stuff. And it would be great if we could be shared in terms of what is your minimum wage, that gets to be paid there. What are the turnaround times for us to get your working visas? And so on and so forth, in terms of your regulatory framework, of your housing and all of that stuff. So, and if there isn't much that is there, it would also be appreciated to indicate how does that one work. Finally, unfortunately for me, the people that I've interacted with, that have done some of the projects in Kenya, have not given me a good story, especially as far as government funding is concerned. So in this partnership that we are envisaging, are we looking at having the South African consortium or the private businesses to come in as developing privately, or is there also going to be some form of partnership with government? Yeah, thank you very much.
There was a hand behind you as well. Perhaps, Chair David, you can tackle the second question, because I think it speaks more to the forum. And then the first question, which is more, I suppose, it can also be more readily made available online. You can perhaps point to CC to the right person within your delegation to address that if you cannot. But yes, if you could please tackle the second question.
Hello. Okay, thank you. I believe the second question is about the business climate in Kenya.
Companies can work together in terms of being linked as per this forum.
Yes, he's also talking to the issue of the turnaround times for the working visas, obtaining the working visas in the
Yes, I think that could be tackled by my cabinet secretary. She could actually indicate to you at some point. But I'm also happy to note I'm accompanied by a colleague from a sister agency, Engineer Maurice Akech, who works very closely with the Kenya Investment Authority, especially when you're trying to invest within the construction sector. So Kenya Investment Authority and NCA have developed certain guidelines that can guide an investor in your sphere of work. And I believe Engineer Maurice Akech, she's seated over there, he can also give you nitty-gritties. But in terms of the overall policy, I believe our cabinet secretary can indicate. Allow me to just say something on ABMT. Yes.
Cabinet Secretary needs to take this question. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. On visa, we have between South Africa and Kenya, we are not having any visa restrictions. So it's free movement. I didn't get any when I was coming here. And also South Africa. Recently, also my president, on the 12th of December, announced a free travel country, not just for Africa. We're not going to, we are just finalizing the small things, details. We're not going to be charging for any visa at all. There will be no visa requirement. The verifications and whatever will be done maybe at entry point, and then you just come. Thank you. I think there was a question on turnaround. Somebody is lamenting that the experience was not good. I don't know which years were those, but it could be, if it is recent, it is a little earlier, maybe, because, in this sector, we are also learning as we move. I want to believe that we are putting our best foot forward. The climate is better now. The licenses and things like that, we have already said that VAT will not be charged, stamp duty for the mortgage. There are many incentives for investors. As long as you have your money, we will enable you to move very quickly. Our business registration center is also aligned to investment and taking as little time as possible to be able to give you the necessary licensing. The regulatory authority also would be accessible in a shorter time than it was before.
Thank you very much for that response, Cabinet Secretary. So in parting, I'll just allow very briefly each of our panelists to give us in one sentence. Oh, sorry, yes, there was a, we'll take one more question. Sorry about that.
Hello, my name is Stanley Minor. I have a question to the South Africans in relation to the building practices in our country. And this is in regard to the alternative building materials and the peculiarity of the market. So I'll give an instance. If you don't use tiles to do your finishing in Kenya, then that becomes, people don't want that kind of a house. It becomes a low cost. It looks like a lesser house than another house. There's also the aspect of building blocks. If you don't use building blocks, the concrete blocks, people think the house is going to collapse. Actually, in one case, I think the police tried to test their house after somebody used EPS panels. They tried to shoot through to see whether the house can perform efficiently. So, so some of these factors make our housing a bit expensive based on the market and the behavior. So my second question is on cosmopolitan developers. Tell us your experience about 70,000 housing. I think that's quite large. And when it comes to things to do with budget, time, and quality, how do you manage the entire scope? Also remember the geotechnical factors that you go through. And maybe you can tell us more from the project inception to delivery, because this is quite something different in terms of a scale. Thanks.
Okay. Look, the first question, a little bit difficult for me to answer because, like I said, the ABT market is not as developed and we're not really utilizing it that much as yet. But in terms of your question about how we operate, I mean, on our books we've got about 1,000 employees, different departments, just because you need that efficiency from people that just look at like procuring land. We've got a land development team that just takes our land from, call it agricultural, all the way up until Section 82, when you can start building. We've got our own contractor, our own construction company that only builds for the group and delivers our projects at cost. We've got our own sales and marketing team. We've got our own central asset management team that manages our rental developments. So because the ecosystem is so undeveloped, you have to almost do everything in-house, and you build those expertise over time. But again, that's big money. 1,000 people on your books is very expensive, and then you always got to then keep the projects coming and rolling. It becomes tough in a market like this when some of the projects are not making sense. But we also see it as a responsibility in the country to keep building the houses and employing the people.
No, thank you for that. So with regards to the first question, I mean, South Africa tends to be quite highly regulated as far as construction goes, and I'm not sure if we've got the right people within the room to speak to ABT, well, barring, I know the gentleman from Hyperfoam specifically, but certainly I think, Nwabi, so it's worth mentioning when we talk about going forward. Is that for the minister? Okay. Our Honourable Minister would like to take this one.
Just quick one. We, as the department, we've issued the norms and standards for building in terms of alternative technology in the sector. That's the first thing. The team went out on a panel. I think the issue more than anything is costs. For example, we wanted, you'd remember, I announced that we want to utilize alternative technology when we respond to our disasters. So because in terms of our cost and spending, you'd have to utilize quantums. So the quantum for emergency housing is different. When we went out to the market, none of the bidders actually responded, and the team reported to me, responded within the quantum. The pricing is high. So that's the first issue. Part of the challenge of introducing alternative technologies is not only around people accepting it, but it's the issue of affordability for even those of us who are driving policy to be able to introduce it. That's the first thing. Number two, in terms of alternative building technologies as well, I think the colleagues was talking, it shouldn't be substandard, but it should be better. I've seen quite a lot of alternative building technologies that are high performance. Actually, once you move into them, there's no difference. You can't even tell that this is not brick and mortar, for example. But you've got to do quite a lot in terms of education. Because if you look at, for example, if you use APT with blocking, the one that looks like a Lego, if somebody sees you as you build, might be reluctant, but once it's built and painted across, it doesn't look like it's a plastic. It's durable. If you look at material that is utilized, for example, zinc material that has painting, that protects from, I think it's called, there's something called, I'll remember the name, where it protects for fires. It's alternative building technology. You talk about, in terms of social housing, high-rise building, where we talk about concrete tunneling. It's easier to build utilizing concrete tunneling in urban cities because you don't have a site. You don't have to establish a site. So once it's built as well, no one is going to tell that this is concrete tunneling. There's one in Senton, a product of gap marketing that is responding. I don't even think that the people that are moving in knows that it's an alternative building because they're just going to market, they're seeing an apartment, they're renting, they're moving in. Major constraint is affordability in terms of alternative technology because majority of us on the continent do not produce the material that is needed, so we are importing. So it's your China, it's your other countries that have got this material. So one of the biggest things that we've got to do is to increase in terms of manufacturing capacity and capability. That's number one. Number two is around training and education. Because majority of the people, whether it's contractors, your old engineers, quantity surveyors, and everybody else never trained utilizing alternative technology. So retraining of them is second area that is important, and we'll work with our policy. If we look at for South Africa, we're currently on a policy review. One of the major issues that we're introducing in that policy, it's around new technologies in terms of building. UJ, as a university, did a 3D printing house, RDP house, what we utilize as a BNG. The issue again, it's availability of material and also affordability. If you talk about steel, steel is not available much. If you utilize steel for alternative building technologies, then it's not affordable. So it's those things that we've got to look. It's a new area. It's an opportunity for entrepreneurs because they've got to be able to try and find a niche within that market and grow. Similarly, for financiers, they've got to be open-minded to fund such projects, and for us as policymakers to change policy and regulatory environment. I hope I've answered.
I think you did, and I really do love the parting shots, you know, when you talk about it's a new area and opportunity for entrepreneurs, you know, specifically in a country like ours with this high unemployment. And I'm quite right, Minister, the policies are being revisited and are going to be set, and it's for us funders to get on board, and I think we really are open to that, especially Caroline, when you talked about the green funding and the climate financing as well. We've got, please go ahead. Principal Secretary.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to compliment what my cabinet secretaries said, and just to answer a specific question to Ms. Mteto concerning what consortium and partnerships you expect with government. At the moment, our program is designed to exit the investor. We've realized that to make projects bankable, you must design them with an exit in mind. Because if you cannot be able to exit and recycle your capital, then it becomes very difficult to convince your financiers that the project is bankable. So at the heart of our housing fund, the bulk of it is actually going to be used as an offtake provider, and it is cash-backed offtake. Because, as I mentioned yesterday, with the levy, we are collecting just above 6 billion shillings a month. A portion of it we're using for construction, and the other part is going to be leveraged and be used to exit. So you can come into the country. We don't discriminate where you come from. We don't discriminate money. Money is it's universal. So we will enter into an offtake agreement which is cash-backed. And part of that is to look for correspondent financial institutions like KCB, and we could even pack the money with such an agency bank so that you actually see it is cash-backed. So you know that as soon as you deliver your keys, then you exit without necessarily having to take the market risk. So essentially, the Kenyan government takes a view on the Kenyan people together with all our challenges of low income, and we don't want that to be your headache, because the minute you start thinking about the market risk, you will not invest in this particular agenda. Then we, because this is patient capital, we have an opportunity to enter into long-term financing for up to 30 years. And in certain cases, we are looking at what we call multi-generational housing with Kenyans, so that they are able to pay based on the size of their pocket, as opposed to layering all the other costs and the risks, because you're going to price the risk, and that risk you're going to pass it on to the buyer. So that is really, in short, what our program is. We will make land available, we will service the land, and then we will provide you with a clear offtake guarantee. So I hope that answers your question.
No, thank you very much for that, Principal Secretary. And I assume you don't mind people approaching you to get more information around that. And we had a question here in front, and the lady had a question in the back. I think the lady at the back had a hand up first. If you can please go.
To all honorable people, I just want to ask, I'm in the property industry for more than 15 years and having seen it all. And so many things, we can simply see that they could have been prevented. If we could have the preventative measures in place, and we can avoid so many of things going wrong. Can we have a proper enforcement of vetting the projects and having quality assurance being conducted properly? I'll put, for example, we all know about all the half-built projects, all the projects anywhere in the country. Let me say particularly in housing. You hear that 250 million had disappeared, there's only 2 houses, which could have been prevented if we did the vetting properly, the accreditations and the credibility. And yes, we agree with transferring skills and job creations, and with these new entrants into the property industry, which is very good, because once you're in the property industry, we know that you never go wrong, whether there can be a war or COVID or whatever. Property industry will always be sustained. So now, let's say, for example, instead of the government, paying 250 million once, and you give me, and I only leave 3 houses and I disappear, what are you going to do? Why didn't you come and say, you're going to do the assessment in phases? First 10 houses and do quality checks. You've got inspectors, do your proper technology, upgrade all the technologies of the various aspects that are involved. The inspectors and everything must be done properly. But also, where do you get 250 million for only 10 houses or 15 houses?
No, thank you for that scene setting. So just for our own understanding, what question would you like to ask, and who do you want to direct it to?
I do believe they will see who is supposed to answer.
Excuse me?
I'm saying, like, they know who would be the right person to answer. I'm saying, like, there should be proper vetting of the project. The reason I'm here, I'm sitting on a project which is stuck for 16 years. No way forward, no services, no infrastructure, nothing. While these people are paying bonds and people's lives are destroyed. One of the leftists passed away who was terminal illness of cancer.
Yes.
So it's haunting me. These things need to come to an end.
No, thank you.
I just want to say something.
I'm just mindful of the time. We've got 2 more questions to go. I'm happy to meet with you after the panel, so I can get your name and the institution that you represent, and we'll get you linked up to the right person. But yes, you raise a good point. And it's not the first time that one hears of this. I mean, it's often in the news as well. So thank you very much. I believe there was a question here in front. There was there first. Not for you. Okay, at the back, thank you.
Hello, good morning, and thank you very much. My name is Mutsamai Mufugin from a company called Dimendo, Town Planners and Developers. My request is going to the Minister. We thank for this occasion. We just met with NHFC recently with one of our developments, and we are requesting to, because I think there's a limit of 22,000 income band with 1.1 million property. So in terms of the rental product, we got approval from GPF, but our product is located in the area that we cannot charge a rental of 6,500 per the requirement. So my request is that, is it possible maybe the ministry, even if they base on 22,000, but to allow a certain percentage of those which will fall above, because that market, it also will help the needy one that they can't afford a higher amount. So that the debate with NHFC, they say that their ministry is looking at that. Because at the moment, if you go, we went to private banks. Private banks, they want 30% upfront and then requirements. And we found that from ourselves, we don't have that equity to qualify. But the system that the ministry has put, it will allow us to access that. One of the requests is that, I'm not going to mention municipality, where there is a USDG funding, if possible, the ministry can divert it maybe to NHFC. Because what is happening in these municipalities, when the fund is there, is being directed for other services, and then the project get affected. On the Kenya side, we would like to meet with the delegates, and then we want also to participate in their area. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the questions raised. Minister, I don't know if you want to respond, but I was just thinking, DBSA also does work quite closely with NHFC, so happy to get your details and talk to the team there. Okay, Minister, will take your question.
Let me just clarify, maybe the last one. It's not possible to direct USDG to NHFC. USDG is Urban Development, Urban Settlement Development Grant. That is part of equitable share. So it's within the municipal space that can be allocated per what we call the DORA Act. Yes. So it's not going to be, it's not possible for us to say we can take it unless if a municipality then appoints NHFC as their implementing agent. So what I can advise, if entrepreneurs, for example, or contractors or developers encounter such issues where a project has been started, previously allocated money, the following year is strived of money, bring it to our attention, then we'll ensure that within the business plan system, the team is here, the DDG responsible for business plans is here, because municipalities submit to the department, and then the department approves through the minister the final product of business plans to ensure that all the projects that have been recurring are continuing at the pace and scale that it should be, and also they are not neglected. So if that's the case, it's what we can do. So I thought, let me just clarify that one specifically, and then we'll deal with the issue of the policy gap that exists. I think I don't know if I mentioned it here, the issue, there are two things that we're looking at, but also we have to do the cost implications. So we'd be happy for NHFC, if they've been engaging with NHFC, to bring the proposal to me to look at, and that can be reviewed if there is a business case and it's within the financial, what do we call, sustainability of the programs. Thanks.
Thank you, Minister. Would that be DDG Mshongo that he needs to approach? Okay. That's the DDG right there. I'm telling on you. Thank you. I think we've got time for one last question. Yes, Sislindiwe?
Thank you, Balisa. Thank you so much to the panelists. I just wanted to learned from my Kenyan colleagues, appreciating that there'll always be separation of power, between national government and local government, and also some of the responsibilities and mandate are within the purview of the local, in the South African context, planning and zoning application and the likes, which has a serious implication in terms of accelerating service delivery. I wanted to find out with the Kenyan colleagues, what legislative mechanisms do you apply to actually ensure that there's service delivery, there's acceleration of service delivery in cases where there's capacity constraint at a local government level? Have you applied any, or do you just leave it to chance? How does it work in the Kenyan setup? And perhaps my colleague on the right can shed some light, with your permission, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Sis Lindiwe. And what a coincidence to sit next to a friend and someone I worked with for many years. So with respect to approvals, because this is really where there's a lot of challenges, you find that in some of the counties in Kenya who are tasked with the development approval, they take very long to approve, even where the law is very clear. So as a country, about 2-3 years ago, we recognized that as a threat to the ease of doing business. And at that time, just one county alone, that is the county of Nairobi, had a backlog of over 180 billion shillings worth of approvals that had not been given for whatever reason. So we amended our what is called the Fiscal Land Use Plan Act, PLUPA, which is under our minister. And I think it's section 60 of that act that introduced something which is called projects of strategic national importance. And then we went into the act and defined affordable housing specifically. If your project is designated as an affordable housing program, then you are on a different path of approval, which is essentially, it is our minister then who will approve such. So again, I think out of the work that we did yesterday with the department and some of the learnings, this is maybe one of the legislation that we are happy to share. And then you can look at it as to how, and that there is regulations which were published last year, which are very specific and time-bound. So we will still consult the sub-national. In this case, you can consult the municipality. They have 30 days for them to raise whatever issues and clear them. And then thereafter, our minister also has a time-bound responsibility to approve such projects. And that way, we are able to ensure that the so much needed capital is not lingering, waiting for decision to be made. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm just mindful of the time, so if I can allow our panelists in 30 seconds to just summarize the key takeaways from this panel discussion, as well as the questions and comments that have come from the floor. We'll start with you, please, QS David.
Thank you for having National Housing Corporation of Kenya as part of this conversation. One, I would like to sincerely thank our two ministers and the deputy minister for convening us here. It is evident that this forum was very important, as conceptualized by our two head of states. And I think as we move forward, it's important that we continue to engage and to deepen this cooperation. I have appreciated that majority of the players in this space are coming from the finance world. If you try to do a bit of analysis, you might actually find that those providers of finances are the majority players today. It is my prayer that as we move forward this cooperation, that the role of other technical players, like architects, QSs, engineers, who are critical to project management and to ensure that these projects that we are developing are delivered on time, they are delivered on cost and on quality, and therefore at the end of the day, we can call them affordable housing. Will also be part of the players as we move forward. I find there's a great opportunity for us to cooperate in the area of alternative building materials and technology. And at this point, I would like to invite anyone with a suggestion, any proposal that you may want to implement in Kenya in this space of ABMT. National Housing Corporation from this year has developed a unit that is called the Housing Resource Center, and it is willing to collaborate with the academia and also other practitioners in this space of ABMT. It is important to note that the corporation already is producing extended polystyrene, APS, material, and we are the biggest factory in Eastern Central Africa producing this EPS. And we'd like by 2027 to have 2 other alternative building materials and technology. So if you're in this space and you have a solution to that, you are most welcome to engage with us, and let's see how we can work together. I extend the same invitation to all the players within the value chain of construction. National Housing Corporation is the principal implementer of affordable housing in Kenya, and therefore you have an opportunity to work with us in implementing the projects that you wish to implement in Kenya.
Thank you so much, Truist David. I'm just mindful, we are standing between the minister and an official photo, and I still want to be in Sis Mamluko's good graces.
I'll be quick. Minister, I think all that I can say is that we need to top slice USDG and put that money in affordable housing platforms to be able to catalyze investments. I'm also pleading with you to support the intermediate phase for social housing that we spoke about. If that is supported, it will eradicate about 50,000 units in the new MTSF that we are going to start. The last point is around, I think we need a project prep facility within the sector to get the projects ready, and actually to feasibility and bankability. That will help us to remove most of the issues that we spoke about here today. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Very briefly, please.
Okay. For me, I think we just got to bridge the gap between private sector and government, and it's got to stop being us against them. I think together we can contribute quite massively in shortening or decreasing the size of the backlog, and we're definitely keen to work alongside all stakeholders.
Thank you. Mine will be short to thank the 2 ministers for the event. And 2, I think I've had discussions with a few. We are interested in the space of rent to own. I know we've implemented, Madam CS, I know we have implemented in Kenya this through G2G. There's an opportunity to be able to bring in the private sector. And I think we've already found one. And what Matthew spoke about, experience, it's an area that the bank would be interested in. So happy to look for partners that can help us. We call it tenant purchase in Kenya. Here, I think you call it rent to own. And I know you've been able to run a few successful programs. Would want to see how we can be able to support.
Okay. Thank you very much. If you can please, again, thank you to both ministries for the facilitation of this forum, and thank you to the panelists. I'm sure we can all agree that they were wonderful. It was an engaging session, and a round of applause for them. Thank you.
Another round of applause for our panelists. Now we will take a short break and join the 2 ministers as well as the deputy minister for a family photo outside, and we'll come back in about 10 minutes. Thank you very much, if we can do that.
We have investments, we have huge opportunities in our housing and settlement plan. We are short of 2 million houses. My good brother, President Ramaphosa, told me, you have already built 4 million houses in South Africa. We want to build at least 200,000 houses every year. And we want South African companies to come and work with us. Bring your technology, bring your investment. We are going to give you the land. We are going to build the infrastructure for you. We are going to make sure there is a sewer line, there is a road, there is electricity, there is water. And when you complete those houses, we are going to buy them from you. As soon as you complete, you hand over the keys to us. We pay you, you go to the next project as we look for mortgage for our citizens. You have opportunity.
On the public side, President Ruto has already said, in housing, where, yes, we have developed a really good and special skill, we've built 4 million houses, and you need 2 million. We can work together. But in working together, we want also to build capacity to transfer the skills and the capabilities, so that as Kenya, you can also come and build houses in South Africa in time to come.